What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Witching Hour. So tonight, Chris Mezzadurus Gambles has his 25 greatest hard rock heavy metal songs influences on him. That which, speaking with Chris, this list could go on and on and on. So this is really it would probably torture for him to narrow it down here and then make it YouTube safe on top of everything else. So I do appreciate that. Now, if you're new to the channel or you never watched the channel before, let me do a proper introduction from Chris. Chris was a founding member of Goraphobia, basically a founding U.S. death metal band from way back in the early days. Part of the scene that started with, Incantation and bands like that, Mortician. Goraphobia was right there with him. Chris has a lot of sway in what he says because he's still at it and he's still involved in the underground. He has his current band Bloodstorm, which has been active, over 20 years now, maybe? I don't even know. We'll have to ask him how long Bloodstorm's been around. But yeah, look up Chris Gambles, Mezzadurus, and look at this man's history, legendary demos, 7 inches. Bloodstorm, one of the leading U.S. black metal bands. Yes, I'm going to throw them in that category because I always felt they were that, even though they had a killer, thrash aspect of the band as well. And before I get started, I do want to announce this. If you're a big fan of Chris, you might want to check this out. Saturday, where is it at on my little list here? I can't find it. Didn't pop up. I may have to do it later. What the hell? Oh, I know what happened. I have to redo it. So I'm going to bring Chris on, and then we'll bring it up. I'll fix it while we're yapping here. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Tyrion House, Carl Necron, and everybody here. It's going to be absolute pleasure, and hopefully I can entertain you all tonight with a lot of high energy and raw power heavy metal. I went through a gambit of trying to do kind of a top 25, but that is extremely difficult because there's always more. So I had to make it down into a sensible portion for a show. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. So I thank you all for being here tonight. Want to have some fun with this, and let's get some high energy and raw power going. Thank you all.
Hey, man, thanks for coming on, Chris. I appreciate these shows. I'm just trying to get this thing set up real quick so I can promote for you real quick because I think this is pretty cool. Let me get this in the system real quick. I thought I did it earlier, but apparently I dropped the ball. Let's see if this works now. All right,
no gangster rock tonight.
Here we go. Here we go. I wanted to show this, that you're going to be on Mike Abominator's channel.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
This Saturday.
Yes,
no, not this Saturday. Next Saturday, right?
The following, right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. 4 p.m. Cali time, 7 p.m. Philly time, July 18th. So what are you doing, like demos, right? Obscure stuff and all that?
Yes, Mike asked me to pick 20 demos that I'm really into. And so instead of doing like how I'm doing tonight with just records and stuff like that with you, this is going to be focused specifically on demos. So, I have to go through a little gambit of I have them. I already have pretty much the demos I want to use, but I just got to kind of, really sharpen up the list and fine tune it and figure out really what songs, etc. But yeah, that's going to be more of my favorite demos, top 20 favorite demos influenced me.
Well, this is fine and funny. This is Tony.
What's that? If you don't know who Chris is, you're a knuckle.
I mean, not Tony.
Oh, yeah,
Tino.
Yeah. What's up, Tino?
Fucking Tino tells it like it is.
I miss you, Tino. I miss playing with you and Lewis. I miss you guys. What's up, Megan?
We got
everybody.
Megan, Zeke, Rich, Frazier.
Thank you. Oh, Zeke. Yeah, the great cat. She's the future great cat.
The future, yeah, the extreme cat.
Great guitarist. She's just great. Mr. Frazier, it's always wonderful. Danny, Rich, all you guys, man. Justin, thank you so much. Rotten Punks, all you guys. I can't thank you all enough, man. I hope we can enjoy this. I'm going to try to not be as chatty. I'm just going to try to be very basic and push. I want to get the adrenaline going.
Shout out our buddy our buddy Barry from Back Goat Metal Show. It's his birthday. He's the big,
Oh,
52 or
whoa,
something. So
okay.
happy birthday, Barry. I know you guys were on earlier. Good for that. Right back at you, says on
There
it.
you go.
The
Tino,
evil
yeah.
on it. Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm going to let you take over and
Right.
snap some necks because this is a real headbanging list, man. Here we
I
go.
hope so. I hope to achieve, some high energy and raw power with you people. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, tyrants and heavy metal maniacs, specifically in the realm of influences for me, um, being at my age of 55 now, uh, growing up with Kiss and The Who, the Kinks, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen, those bands, and peering into Judas Priest for the first time, and Venom and Motorhead and Iron Maiden and such, and then leading into Slayer and Possessed and Metallica and everything else that starts to come after that. At this point in my life and my career, I get my love of music. It's been my best friend my whole life. Since I was a little kid listening to Kiss Destroyer, loving Ace Frehley, mesmerized by Space Ace, and just going up the ladder, to the Who's street level rock and Led Zeppelin's very jam, spaced out, like creating a whole other rock realm of music. I mean, all these things that captivate people that are really more in tune to music, sound, energy. It really has been my best friend my whole life. And the older I got, the more I started to appreciate other things more, because when you're younger, for a guy like me growing up, everything was what could be harder, what could be more aggressive, what's faster, what's just, more chaotic and aggressive. I need that. I need it. It's street level energy, because that's, what I come from. And I know most of you have heard me say it time and time again, how my old neighborhood was in Kensington. Some of you know how Kensington was in the 70s and the 80s. It just was. It was a working class neighborhood. We were latchkey kids. Everybody, we took care of ourselves because most of our parents worked and had to do all the things. So we used to just take our, older brothers and sisters took care of each other. And we just knew we didn't need some stupid, goofy bullshit trying to tell us, don't eat the paint. And that stuff just never entered my world. All these weird labels that you do, we just kind of knew. There was an instinct. For me, the best instinct I've ever had is art. And it's always been music. I had my art as an artist drawing and doing comic stuff and going to art school on the weekends for, a couple of years, from like 6th grade to about 8th grade. I used to do art school on the weekends. And it always turned into music, though. Always, always, always was my landscape, my world. Well, driven to me wanting to feed the intensity that I have, the love, the sound, and the energy that it gives. Music has always made me feel indestructible in my heart and soul. The shittiest days, the days where I had heartbreak, a lot of sadness, and a lot of very, great highs where you feel invincible. Music has always been the undisputed best friend I've ever experienced. And that's how I cultivated a lot of really great friendships throughout my life growing up in my old neighborhood, still to people like Tino and Carl, Megan, people today, Ruby, just people in general. It's the one kinetic energy. It's the magnetic force that attracts me to others. It's, as I said before, it's like putting your finger in water and letting the energy ripple out. It goes out into the cosmos, into the universe, into spaces, wherever it may go. It hits what it needs to hit, and that kinetic energy comes back to you. The sound of heavy metal music has always been that. It's the first hard gear of my engine, the core blueprint of what made me want to do agoraphobia all the way up to what I'm doing in Bloodstorm. So what I want to attempt to do tonight is I with the best honesty that I can, which is no easy task, I picked Actually 26 songs, because some of the songs go into each other, because that's just the way it has to go to get the flow. I try to pick what was out of all my years from Agoraphobia starting in '88 all the way up to now, the most consistent bands that I probably played the most, albums, certain songs from them albums, a time period, anything that was probably the most potent of the kinetic force, the attracting force of heavy metal, the high energy and the raw power. I came up with this list tonight. I could have easily done more, because there's a lot that I kind of left out. When I looked at it, I thought to myself, damn, man, that kind of sucks, because I feel for so many bands. I really do. And I harbor a lot of influences that kind of helped me get to where I'm at in my professional life making music, but also all my friendships that I still have today, which I cherish. So I came up with the first 26 that said to me, this is what I hear, this is what I think, and I just let it go one song after another, and boom, I let it do it that way. Because if I sit and overthink it, ladies and gentlemen, it'll take me months to do it. So I just wanted to go with the raw, attracting, potent, musical, high energy, raw power content. So tonight, I'm going to try to rip through these 26. And hopefully this can do to you what it's done for me. So I want to enjoy this list tonight with all of you. Turn this up. Whether you're working out, working on a car, working on your house, working on each other, having a good time with your other partner, whatever that may be, or just kicking back with whatever beverage you like, man, in your living room in the dark, whatever it fucking is. I hope you can enjoy this time I'm going to share with you with this music. And this is a way, once again, for me to say thank you all for always being my friends. Thank you for those of you that have supported me, whether it's been Agoraphobia, Bloodstorm, Denison, my time in Absu, whatever it may be, whatever, and I don't expect people to like everything I do, because to me, that's not realistic. Not everybody loves what everybody does. To me, it says the longer you go in somebody's career, no matter what it is, if you are a mechanic or a carpenter or you're an artist, whatever it is, the older you get and the more experiences you got, there's so much more to gauge against and measure what you've done, what has been successful and what hasn't, what's dropped and what's carried on. Friendship's always carried on, and so is music. So I want to carry this all with you tonight. So I'm just going to start the night off. I'm just going to say, I thought of this band first because when I heard this album in 1984, it was wintertime. I remember I played this. I had most of everything was on cassette more than album. Most of the things I owned are on cassette. I still have this on cassette to this day. Still the original on Megaforce Records. I still have it. I'm afraid to play because I don't want those tapes to break. But this was many tapes that were, or albums that were listed on a Megaforce advertisement in Metal Maniacs, Cream Metal or Metal Maniacs. I think it might have been Cream Metal. Megaforce Records had an advertisement with all the albums they had coming out. So they had Metallica Ride the Lightning, they had Kill 'Em All, Manowar and the Glory Ride, Raven All for One. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that were on that advertisement. I can't think of one. There was a couple, but there was one band on there. I loved it because it's like the first thing I thought is like the logo it looked like it was written in blood. Like, like a blood smear, like a hand blood smear. It made me feel, wow, that looks killer. Saw it. When I saw that in the store, I had to pick it up. I read those song titles. I was like, this is going to be this is just going to crack my fucking skull open when I get this home tonight and listen to this on this cold winter day. And I had to listen to it in my brother's room. He was out with his friends. So I sat in the dark, and this is one of the tapes. This is the first tape I got that night. That cold winter night, man. And I fell in love with the guitar playing instantly. And he's become one of my top heavy metal guitarist influences of all time. And one of the things I love about his guitar technique, he uses that whammy bar. It's wizardry. It's other dimensional wizardry coming out of those speakers. The sounds were so foul and magnetic, so captivating, and it's brutal aggression and violence. So I want to start this one out tonight. This is off of Exciter's Violence and Force. Oblivion, Violence and Force. Well, Christ on a heavy metal cracker, man. That album shook the walls down on 331 East Westmoreland Street back in 1984. Let me just tell you, that album, playing that in the dark for the first time, man, sonic power and raging energy. Never left my heart and soul. Exciter, always been a great top influence for me all my years. Hope you enjoyed that one. We all know Venom started black metal, but another band came along out of Sweden and took it even further, deeper, darker, a little bit more raw, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more harsh, a little bit more bloody. And man, hearing The Return, Bathory's The Return, when that came out, once again, that was a nighttime album. That album to me was a very obscure one at the time period because of the actual sound that it had, the atmosphere. And I wasn't really wise to if it was, how many people were in a band or whatnot. They were a complete mystery to me. So that album specifically, there's a song on there, my favorite. It's always been a beautiful and blissful image of occult black metal horror in 1985 to me. It emphasized what that album cover looked like to me, that darkness. Thunder in the sky just before thunderstorms happen in the summertime. Seeing them dark clouds coming over the factories in Kensington. And then you hear this album kick on. Beautiful. Puts you in a beautiful, horrible landscape. One of my favorite songs of Bathory came off of this album. It's a 2-in-1. And I love it. It really captivates a very core blueprint where I started to really pivot. The best dark energy sound came from Bathory's The Return for me. And my favorite song off of that album is a 2-in-1. And I want to punch right into this raw, guttural, cruel darkness. So, off of Bathory's The Return, this is 2 songs in 1. This is The Rite of Darkness going into The Reap of Evil. Friends, that to me, that's one of the best. For me, it's one of the best Bathory songs, the 2-in-1, that off of that album, the way it sounds. And here's another little fact I didn't get to say before I started this. When he goes into the demonic voice, that's where I learned to start doing, started doing all that. All that. I learned that from listening to that song a lot. I used to do that and howl that in my bedroom on East Westmoreland Street. Just doing all that shit. So that's where I really learned to do that most, the guttural thing. But yeah, I always, the howling always came to my mind a lot, those werewolf movies from the 80s, especially the howling. So that's a real special place in my heart, is that Bathory song off of that album. So now one of my really favorite high energy bands that I got to hear coming out of England. So Fraser, here's one of your English bands, my friend. These guys, definitely one of my favorite when it comes to real. I'm talking chaotic, wild, out of control, over the top, high energy bands from the early 80s to come out of England. Label mates with Venom. And the voice alone it was extremely special to me, because I thought when I first heard this trio band, I was amazed, really, how powerful the sound was. Their songs, how they were just so over the top, chaotically charged. And the kind of guy that I was, or the teenager I was, man, it spoke to me. It's exactly what a guy like me was looking for, a young kid. That kind of energy. They called themselves athletic rock. And my favorite album from Raven, put out 3 great albums before they did Live at the Inferno, which was brilliant. That's one of my favorite live albums, by the way, Live at the Inferno. John Gallagher's voice, to me, was the sonic torment over the top. It was over the top Udo. It was over the top Rob Halford, Bruce Dickinson, Biff Bayford. It was over the top heavy metal with this wild, unfiltered, undisputed, relentless, chaotic energy. And the playing was outstanding, I thought. It was a pure, chaotic rush of heavy metal power and sound. So my favorite album from them is a song I'm picking off tonight. So I hope you can enjoy the real great sonic high energy of Raven. Raven's a great influences when it comes to the magnificence of early stages of heavy metal power and aggression. I don't think there's not too many albums that can surpass what Raven did on their second album of Wiped Out. The song I picked off of tonight, because all those songs are a winner to me, but I'm going to start off with the first song that opened the album. So for those of you that like the chaotic heavy metal with nothing but no unfiltered, raw, aggressive, chaotic energy, off of Raven's Wiped Out, faster than the speed of light.
Listen here, Mission Control.
early Raven was a constant, brutal attack of high energy out of their instruments. The voice, the powerful voice John Gallagher had, Mark on the guitars, Wacko Hunter on the drums. At the time, hearing them out, they were a definite. They were a magnificent shock to my ears of saying that is some great energy caught on an album. I mean, that spoke to me beyond words. Raven's albums they're an attack. They're an attack on your soul, on your person. That's the way it should be, because that will actually morph your soul. That's a grabbing and attracting power. I love those early Raven albums. They're definitely a big influence on my career musically. I love it. It's wild, chaotic energy. And I love that. That's what it should be. The music should be rebellious and offensive and aggressive and loud. It should be unapologetic for the sake of it. Flawless. That's what I love about heavy metal. That's what I love about that Raven album. That's my favorite one, Wiped Out. I'll move down the line, folks. I say all the time how much I love Germany. And the history speaks for itself. Germany, especially for the 1980s. I still can't think of another country that's came out with so many great and brilliant bands that covered a spectrum, everything from heavy metal to black death metal in the 80s realm, coming out of Germany, West Germany too, wasn't even unified yet. So I was always amazed by that. It puzzled me. I used to think in my head when I was a kid that all the bands went and saw each other's bands. It was like this big, like a huge camp, like a huge colony of metalheads that ran Germany, and they played music everywhere, and they followed each other. Everybody's bands, they supported. That's what went on kind of in my head, because you don't really know, especially in that time period. You don't know. You only had what you thought in your head, and you can only identify with what you know out of your experiences on the street. Maybe other ideas with your friends too, but you can concoct these ideas, but they're all out of this charge, this energetic charge, this rush of energy that makes you think the endless possibilities, the rebellious spirit, this lawless nature that gives you this realm to just create one. And you can just run with it with as many thoughts and ideas as you can. You get to craft that energy. And I thought Germany shaped it the best in the 1980s. One of my favorite bands out of Germany. That's been the most consistent now, I'm going to say, because this was real super tough. Everybody, the great three. Everybody says the great three from Germany. I never bought into the idea, the whole big four, great four. It's just something that the press does. It's something that magazines and press give. And I understand that, because if you're a journalist and you write, you have to be able to explain things in a way that maybe can cultivate people to a common ground understanding to some degree. So anyway, it was always, destruction, Sodom, creator, right? All the time, everybody would say that. Well, out of those three, when I really sit down and think about it, play them, I love them all. I think the most consistent, though, honestly, has always been Sodom. I think Sodom, out of those, has been the most consistent out of their albums, out of those three. I think the poorest consistency is Creator. Destruction's in the middle. But that's how I see it, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So Sodom really was a huge, huge shape in everything, from appearance, the sound. They had atmosphere to their Black and Death sound they had. They were Motorhead Venom. That's how I saw them. I saw them as Motorhead Venom, okay, mixed in with just horror, satanic imagery and horror. They were like a Bathory, except they were more Motorhead than Bathory. Bathory to me was just like weird, like discharge punk, but evil, but the whole evil horror black metal. And to me, Sodom was like this Motorhead, just Motorhead black metal style that stand the test of time more so than the others for me. Love them so much. And they've been one of the most consistent bands, always in my ear. I play them quite a bit, not just in the Sign of Evil EP, but they're Obsessed by Cruelty. A nice little story. When I was on tour with Absu, and we got to meet, Mika and Pale Nazarene, Sadistic Execution, and all. I'm going by my memory, and I'm sure I'll get a correction cop out there somewhere, but excuse me. But in my memory, I can remember. I don't know if it was Ray Russ or Mike pulled out Sodom's Obsessed by Cruelty and put it on the tape deck. Now, mind you, I've only heard the American release. I only heard very little bits about there was a different version of that album, but I never heard it until that tour because Mika from Impaled Nazarene had that tape with him. I'm pretty sure it was Mika. And he had the original way that Obsessed by Cruelty was recorded. But you see, I'm so used to the American version because for me, that album had an atmosphere to those songs. And it always captivated my imagination. And me being into comic books and Dungeons and Dragons and fantasy art and horror like I was, that album, Obsessed by Cruelty, was magnificent landscape for the somber, dark malevolence that I had as far as wanting to create lands and realms. Well, Obsessed by Cruelty album helped paint a lot of campaigns for me in my head. I love that album so much. Just the whole atmosphere of the American version. I'll go to it with my grave. And I'm going to salute this album tonight because I love Obsessed by Cruelty. One of my favorite songs off of that album, I love it because once Witch Hunter gets rolling into his double bass, it floors me. I get up and I shake with this thundering, brutal excitement listening to this song when he just pounds into his double bass kick when it starts to get going. So, off of Sodom's Obsessed by Cruelty, this is Prosithion's Real.
Soldiers of a revolution.
Proselytism real. I love that song of Obsessed by Cruelty. Like I said, as soon as that middle part gets in there and Witch Hunter just does that brutal drumming assault, man, I feel lifting myself off the ground with just sonic dark energy, a whirlwind vortex, a brutal chaotic bliss. I love it. It charges my imagination. Love that album so much. It's one of my favorite albums. I think it's the best one Sodom did, full-length album. In the Sign of Evil, it's probably that's got to be one of my top 5 EPs of all time. But as far as a full length, yeah, I love Obsessed by Cruelty and the American version because that's what I grew up with. That's the one I heard. So anyway, I made a whole D&D campaign about that. The Undead Realm of Kills Us. Yeah, that contributed to that. I always can think of doing that campaign when I hear that album. That's how much it influences me. So there you go. And whenever I try to learn to play drums, I would try to play that song. That was one of the songs when my brother first had his drum kit. I would try to play it, and then when you get to the double bass part, there was a time I could actually do it. I loved the drums. I wanted to be a drummer before anything else, but I just didn't have the money for buying drums. So anyway, yeah, that's my love for Sodom's Obsessed by Cruelty. There you go. Want to move this along. Grindcore, right? Grind. First hearing about grindcore, a lot of it for me it started with Napalm Death Scum, and hearing Nuclear Death too. Before Our Dead and Welcome to the Minds of the Morbid. All their early demos. Used to hear it. Used to read so much about them, and the idea first hearing grind was exciting because to me that was the last for me, for my soul. Grind was the last stage of taking heavy metal because I mean it's blast. I mean the blast of war metal thing, but still the way I see it, it comes out of bands like Sodom and Raven and Venom and Bathory and you know. It comes out of that, and on Discharge, you know, hardcore bands like that too. It's that, but it's mixed and it runs at such a high, potent, fast energy. It's just this nonstop aggressive, you know, relentless punishment, which is great. The early stages of grind, I like the best. That style didn't hold well with me for a real long time, but the ones that did in the early stages are the most potent to this day. And I think the best drumming comes from my number one undisputed king of grind. To me, this is where this man to me is Discharge, you know, ×3 when it comes to the aggressive, unrelenting, punishing nature of just crushing your human bones, blood, tissue, pulverizing you into this brutal charge of energy, this aggression, this constant devourer. It's grinding energy that I just love. It just eats at my skin when I hear this album. My first real love of grind came out of Michigan, Flint, Michigan. And I'm talking about Repulsion. Repulsion is one of my biggest influences still to this day. That album, start to finish, to me, is flawless. And I want to show my love for me. That is the best, greatest standard of hardcore grind drumming ever. Dave Grave. There's no cheating that guy. I watched him play. To me, they blew my mind seeing them at the Day of Death in Buffalo in 1990. Got to share the stage with them, and I could not take my eyes off of Dave Grave. I love the drumming, the playing, the sound, the energy. To me, the best, most cornerstone, omnipotent, crucible grind bands to ever emerge. This is going to be Repulsion. This is the stench of burning death. Well, if we had time, I'd say, man, let that whole album roll. That is one of the most flawless albums in my ears ever to exist. In my 55 years of life, and I'm telling you, man, I would play that album start to finish on my school bus at times. And I ain't kidding. And I did turn some young students onto Repulsion. And these two brothers, Paul and Chris, just this past year. One morning, I just had to go with my coffee, man. I was all juiced up and charged, just ready to go, man. That album, like Motorhead, will pull me out of any funk if I have. It kind of erases the human board of all of its toxic, energy out there with people. Repulsion is my repulse against the norm of human society. It's a repulse against normal standards in today's world all the time. To me, it's relentless punishment. And that is the thing that blissful energy always lets me just throw my fist down, smash whatever's there, and just wipe the whole thing clean. And my day feels fresh and renewed and revived. Repulsion Horrified, that album, always does that for me. To me, it's a never fail album. So to me, that's the pinnacle in my life. That's grindcore. I mean, Napalm Death Scum, but this album here, it's to me, it's the better album. It's the better band and the better album. It just is. So my love for Repulsion, that is my real. That's my real pinnacle of grind is Repulsion. I'm going to move this along, people. Another great death thrash band that came out in 1985. Well, this album came out in 85 from England. Found that they used to be a punk band at one time. And never really knew what they were like before they were metal, especially for thrash metal. They were thrash metal, death metal, somewhere, put in and out of that spectrum. They were considered, I remember them being considered death metal, thrash metal. I just considered them death thrash. They had death thrash. They had it all. They had speed, death thrash, punk. But again, you're talking in 1980, so everything was categorized, and it just was for media reasons. It was put to describe something to kids like me, what it may be and how it can transpire, and how it maybe fits into, your music world, how it fits on your shelf and your radio. Definitely it's a statement with these subgenres, but this album in 1985, just the album cover alone sold me. It's one of those things, you see the album cover, plain black and white cover, but it reminded me of the Shadow Demon from the cartoon Dungeons and Dragons. Does anybody ever remember watching the cartoon Dungeons and Dragons on Saturday morning cartoons? And he had Venture, and he had his Shadow Demon. Well, this always reminded me of the Shadow Demon he had with him. His little sub concubine that did all his dirty work. But anything that was like that and had an axe in its hand or a medieval weapon was always a sell for me. But man, the sound of the songs, the way that the whole album sound and its production, the quality of it was, it was a great extension to. I thought it was a very well-rounded thrash, like a death metal, thrash metal album. I think it had a good combination of the styles. But it had a bit of its punk because they were apparently a punk. They came from being a punk band before they became a heavy metal band. But I just like, this album is brilliant. And now, again, this album, start to finish, for me, is flawless. And I got to say, it's really the only one. I think it's their best one in their catalog out of anything. And it's like this one-hit wonder album. For me, it is. But it's always been in my ear. My whole career, my whole life, this album has always been in my ear. I can't shake it. If I have to think of a sound of an aggressive death thrash album, this album definitely always comes up in my top. And I just can't deny it. I think it's a brilliant album. I think the songs are complement each other and everything. I love Cy Keeler's voice. Who am I talking about, man? From 1985, Onslaught's Power from Hell. This is a 2-in-1. This is Devil's Legion. That record, Power from Hell, never fails me. It just never did. Hearing that album, I could see myself standing in my room at 331 East West Moreland Street playing that record. I love it so much. It's one of those albums that can take me out of whatever. It's an album that when there's a lot like other ones, if it could bring you out of a hardship or maybe thoughts of confusion or an essence of loss or things like that, this was one of my go-to albums as well. And again, it's an album I play start to finish. It's the actual one thing I learned best about this album for me is I find it the way that the songs are put on the album, the way that the structure of the whole album is, it always kept me hooked in. I always wanted to hear the next song. No matter what I was doing, I wanted to hear the album completely. It's not only the sound and the energy content that it puts out and its playing ability, but it is important to me how albums are structured, how songs are put together that can make something a little bit more adoring or something that could be a little bit more, well, it's kind of faded, I'm kind of big on that. I like placement. It's like, to me, these albums that I'm playing, they're like a play. They're like a theatrical play that plays out in my head. And the images, the emotional content, even the things I can remember, and the smells. There's even times I can smell certain things, remembering. That's how potent these albums have always been in my life. And I always say, when anybody gets any art form that's like that, that's a very special thing that a person can resonate with and really come in touch with and find a way to maybe reset yourself, reinvent your soul in some way, give you the satisfaction you may need. There's times where, something always feels missing. Well, I always turn to music and these kind of albums. That album to me is one of those albums. Onslaught's Power from Hell. One of my favorite thrash bands to come out of America, trio band. He's one of my, he's definitely always been one of my top guitar hero influences. Not too many of them come out of America, but this Jersey death thrash band, hearing them for the first time, it was a soul shaker how intense this man can play guitar. Like death thrash speeding guitar. Every song mesmerizes me how it is played and structured once again. And I always consider he's the first guitarist coming out of the death thrash realm of the 80s. And I said to myself, this to me is my Eddie Van Halen. This is like my guitar wizard. It's the intensity. It is the intense playing, the riffing style, the way it is executed, fathomed together in a song that has this great, beautiful, malevolent, unconditioned mayhem structured in this high energy and raw power. One of the greatest death thrash guitarist to come out of America during the 1980s, came out of New Jersey. One of the best albums. I saw them live back then when they opened for Crumbsuckers. It fucking was amazing to see Tony. And wow, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Tony. Joe was in the band. Tony Scaglin wasn't. It was Joe. But man, Whiplash. Anybody that loves speed, death, thrash metal, I think Tino, Carl, Frazier, all you old heads, I'm sure, Justin, I think we all can say that this is one of the best American representations of speed death thrash to ever come out of America during the 1980s. And it's definitely influenced a lot of bands over in Europe still to this day. I mean, there's not many bands that have that great skill, that brilliant, chaotic guitar wizardry to create such high energy and raw powered songs that just the riffs flow and one after another breaks another bone in your body the more you hear it. Everlasting, everlasting death thrashing power mayhem that you can get. So, this album, the first song right off of it, I'll never forget hearing it live. And when Tony Porterio screamed it out loud, and when he said rage, we fucking raged in that place, man. So, you death thrash mayhem power mad metalists tonight, this is for you. Off of Whiplash, Power and Pain, Stage Dive. For me, Whiplash, the first two albums, and more especially that, Power and Pain, that debut album, I hold that in the best regard of representation of 1980s underground speed power death thrashing metal. That album it's a constant barrage of guitar sonic assaults, song after song. The just his lead
his leads, the musicianship of his leads, amplify the songs 3 to 4 times more than what they already are played as a 3-piece. But hearing that live back then, to me, they were one of a kind. So Whiplash has always been high on my radar of influence, always. So I hope you can enjoy the power and the pain of Whiplash. Another great, wonderful, extremely influential bands to ever pop out, albums to ever pop out of America in the 1980s and around the world. If I could just say, and I think most of us can agree that what I'm about to play next has got to be, I don't know, probably one of the top 5 albums to influence the most bands in the extreme heavy metal genre of its time in 1985 when it came out. It definitely was a game changer album. It definitely was for me and my friends. I went to detention for this album for a week. I got humiliated in class bringing this in. I even had cheerleaders who would be horrified at slasher movies and werewolf movies and Lucio Fulci zombie movies sit there and read this album and look in wonder and amazement, looking at these guys in black leather, blood, inverted crosses, black leather chains, bullets, all everything. They were amazed by it. They were mesmerized by it. That's one of the things also that I always found interesting was always the imagery of heavy metal in those time periods, because there was nothing like it. Nobody knew what was coming most of the time. So when you always had something new to show, when a band brought it home, not just in their logo, the way their artwork looked, their appearance, their songs, the sound, the lyrical content, when a band had everything turned all the way up to 10 when it comes to everything visual and its lyrical content, everything about it is definitely undisputed a cornerstone influential band going on to this day. Even for newcomers, they seek this album out. It's one of the best American representations, and I think actually in the world, one of the best influential albums from our underground black death thrash heavy metal scene that come out in the 1980s. One of the greatest albums of all time, start to finish, is Possessed Seven Churches. It was Jeff Becerra. It was like Lemmy with like these like lycanthrope razor blades in his throat. The curdling blood. You could just hear the blood coming up out of his mouth. The aggressive assault on guitars and the sound. I mean, it was magnificent. It transformed my teenage being into a whole other blissful entity of blighted malignance. So, to celebrate one of the greatest black death metal albums, I think, of all time, Seven Churches, The Pentagram.
Understand
magnificent. I don't know if any of you agree, but I have to say that's one of the best representations that America have for death metal being more cornerstoned 1985. Because the term was a little bit more new to be used, because, well, Venom already had black metal, but all those terms were being thrown around. Thrash metal, power metal, speed metal, black metal, thrash metal, death metal. For me, they were the first death metal album that I got to appreciate with Celtic Frost. Those two bands for me were death metal, Celtic Frost and Possessed. But Possessed, I think, for me, were the best representation in America for a death metal album in the 1980s. Still influences new people to this day. That album will be here long after we're all gone. And I definitely believe that. There's too much, it has too much potent characters of it. You see, that's the thing about our music. The more energetic and chaotic it is, people are attracted to that. People generally like to see things that have a tragedy to it, but not necessarily linked to them, but something that could be of equal emotional content that has extremities. We are. And it fascinates us, just like horror movies fascinate. Music fascinated us the same way. At least that's the way I see it. This album will always fascinate extreme heavy metal people. So my love to Possessed. Seven Churches, that's for America. We could stand proud behind that album. Another great American band, to me, this next band I'm going to play, they held a very special energy once again at the time period where bands were really finding their new. After all the bands out of England started coming out, the new wave of British heavy metal, and more of these bands were starting to come to life in America. By the time it was 83, 84, 85, 84, 85, a lot of more of these bands started getting their albums out, and because Metal Blade would be signing them, or Megaforce, Bonsai Records, whatever, all those old labels, Enigma. Well, this band here out of Florida, I only got to hear them first. But when I heard them, my brother was the first one to have it. He had a cassette of it. He bought that album home. It was a summer evening, and he bought it home. He was with his friends, Tony Dara and Brian Shaw and Mike Donnelly and all them guys, because those guys had a little bit more money. So they actually got more of the albums because they were working. I wasn't. I was still, a freshman in high school and all that. So I really wasn't working. I did, odd jobs. Back in that day, kids did odd jobs. We used to sell soft pretzels, newspapers, carry groceries, bullshit stuff like that, wash cars, just stuff like you could do as a kid to make, money in hand on the street back then, a little bit more freer society back then. So anyway, okay, my brother had brought home the tape, he played it, and he was playing it. I remember it was in his room. He had it. I was in my room. I heard this album. I heard this crazy scream. I'm like, wow, this guy sounds like Bruce Dickinson, a Rob Halford. I'm like, oh wow, what is this? But the music was a lot more. It was more thrash. It was more speedy. It was more aggressive. It wasn't an Iron Maiden-esque sound. It was more aggressive. And I was like, holy shit, this guy sounds awesome. The differences in his voice fluctuated, and it fascinated me, and he hooked me right in because I thought he had a unique voice. And then listening to this record, as my brother was playing in the room and me hearing it, I left my door open, they had their door open. My brother would have his door open. I had my door open. And me and my friends were listening to what they were playing while we were hanging out in my room. We were just listening to it. We were amazed by it. When my brother got done the album, me and my buddy Paul Purcell, And Mike Shunk was in the room with me too. We took the record and we, asked my brother, Frank, can I borrow that? We took it into my room, listened to it start to finish. And it structured me in a way, the hearing sounds in the Iron Maiden, Judas Priest sort of field, but it was more aggressive and played at a more rapid scale, a thrash end, a power metal, speed metal end of things. But the voice was aggressive. His voice was aggressive. It was powerful. He caught my attention with his voice and the way that the songs were played, start to finish. This album, the songs were structured brilliant in the album. They've been a high influence. And I saw a picture of them, and I was influenced by their appearance. Nasty Ronnie is one of my favorite frontmen in heavy metal ever. He was, to me, was a living Mad Max character. He was my first living entity of the Lord Humongous put on the stage in heavy metal. And I worshipped at the altar of Nasty Savage from that point on. There's never been a band that struck me as much as them. Well, there has, but I'll say they're one of that put me in that high influence that sticks with me to this day. Love them to death. And Nasty Ronnie and Nasty Savage's music is so evident to how I think and play in music today. I think of Nasty Savage so much and what it meant to me seeing them live and experiencing that energy they had, that chaotic, unrelenting, uncompromised raw power and energy they had. So my love for Nasty Savage and their influence in my life since 1985, off of their debut album, this is Metal Knife.
Turn up the mayhem, turn up the night. Feeling so crazy, I love to fight. Time to put on studs and leather. Time to go out and get some heavy weather. Metal Knight, live on. Metal Knight, rock is gone. Metal Knight, stand proud. Metal Knight, bruises will die. Looking for sin, out of my steel, so I go to live. Too many rockers, fools and fools, must have fun to break all the bones. Metal Knights, live on. Metal Knights, rock is gone. Metal Knights, stand proud. Metal Knights, buzzers will die.
Dave Austin and Ben Meyer. I say it all the time, and I'm just going to say it again. To me, they are the extreme metal of the 80s. They are like the Adrian Smith and Dave Murray, Glenn Tipton, KK Downing of extreme heavy metal. Ben and Dave's guitar solos back and forth always amazed me how accurate and intricately they were able to blend their styles and sound to just make these other barren moons float around the realm of Nasty Savage's chaotic, wild heavy metal energy. Love and respect to Nasty Savage. For me, they are definitely always been a top tier influence in music for me, from Gorephobia all the way up to present day Bloodstorm. Love to Nasty Savage. And that song is like a friendship song that I think of Paul, John, Frank, and Mike, and Debbie and all the rest of them. A lot like you people too. I feel the same way about you when I play these songs. I think of this musical friendship connection just as well. So that was for all of you tonight. And my salute to Nasty Savage and great American representation once again. And Canada always amazed me how great they were at being hungry for getting out and being great contributors to heavy metal and the underground thrash metal scene of the time period, be it punk, thrash metal, death metal, speed metal, the time, power metal, heavy metal in general. Canada, it's a shame that country back then, it's like they always seemed to had to fight a lot harder to get noticed. But boy, fuck all, man. Today, at today's age, from what I see sitting here with you tonight, they have some of the most influential bands that ever popped out of that country, coming from the 1980s, that still had that hunger driving force that influence new musicians and bands coming into the scene today. It's the potency of the time period. It's the no filter. It's the undiscovered, where's this going to take us? Adventure and sound and energy thing. Well, I think Canada were very hungry for it. And I think they fought tougher and harder. And their statement really made its mark. I think through time, they get better and better as the years go by. These great bands that popped out from the 1980s that weren't really that popular and noticed at the time. But this band here, one of my greatest vocalist influences of all time, the Sheepdog McLaren from Razor. He is definitely, to me, one of the absolute greatest heavy metal screamers to ever jet out of my fucking speakers in my 55 years of life. He's maniacal, bloodthirsty power and aggression for thrash metal, speed metal, the death metal. This man sounds like just this murderous metal soldier assaulting you out of the speakers with Dave Carlo's high energy and raw power, chaotic, bone-ripping riffs that just come at you. They're just face-breaking song after song. One of my favorite albums, one of my favorite songs, actually, one of my favorite songs has always been this one, off of 1985 Malicious Intent. Just the way it opens up, the more he screams, turn it up louder and louder. You have to turn those speakers up. This is off of Razor's Malicious Intent. Tear me to pieces!
Turn it up! Turn it up! Give me the girl that rips in my side.
That song gets me every time, ladies and gentlemen. That's one of my favorite Raisins. Yeah. It's one of my favorite Razor songs ever. It's just the beginning of it. I mean, as soon as I hear that, turn it up louder, louder. That's fun to play on a school bus. When kids don't expect and all they hear is Stay Sheepdog, and then you hear turn it up, and then it gets loud. It's fun to watch happen sometimes, man. So I love that Razor song. Love that band to death. Top influence all the time for me is Razor. Dave Carlo is one of my favorite guitarists. Stay Sheepdog McLaren, favorite vocalist, one of. There's many, but he's one of my top. Razor's one of my top bands ever. But I always loved that song. So I wanted to share that with you tonight. So I hope it was able to tear you to pieces, your ears. Back over to Germany again. One band that I always thought didn't really get too much respect through the years, I found to be, they brought out two of the most incredible albums. For me, when it comes, I consider these guys, I always considered them like a power speed thrash, because they have that like power metal element from the 80s, like the 80s way of a power metal, but with a speed thrash sort of element into them. Like I say, there's something about German vocalists too. It resonates so much in the potency of the voice. When the voice is executed to the song, the sound of the guitars, the way that it's played, the way the whole song is structured, man, your voice, that vulture from the void, the cosmos that comes out, that magic that comes out, that potency into your ears. I thought this band to me has been captivating, and I could never understand why they didn't get as much attention as I thought they should have. But they influenced me a lot, and you know, a lot of times when it comes to guitar riffing, I gotta say, man, these guys hit me hard for inspiration. I just love everything about this band. They're one of my favorite bands in the world, still to this day. And again, with the fantasy art from the 1980s, this was like a total package band for me. And I always wished, to me, they made more than just two albums that were this great for this band in that time period. But it is what it is, and I got to work with what I got. I love these guys, man. It's a constant. It is a constant ripping assault of song and energy, one after another. My God, I think the drumming kind of reminds me a bit of Witch Hunter a little bit, but it's weird. It's like an Accept Sodom mixed in with like an Omen, Manowar-esque kind of thing, but the way that these guys execute on their album, The Hellish Crossfire, they're one of my favorite bands of all time. Influenced me from Gorephobia to Bloodstorm. Powerful. I love it. So, some homage to them. Off of Iron Angels, Hellish Crossfire, The Materian. They are, man. My God. Total love to Iron Angel. Can't say enough great words of influence about them. And those riffs, man, that's just maniacal attack of just speed metal riffing. And the leads, too. I love the way it just rips into it. Love to Iron Angel. Hope you enjoy that one, ladies and gentlemen. So one thing I always loved about Italy was its horror movies, especially Lucio Fulci's zombie movies. The best. For me, the best. Gates of Hell, The Beyond, and Zombie. House by the Cemetery, too. It's, for me, the best. And then there's Burial Ground. You know, Demons. So, you know, Italy has always been a fascinating country for me for witchcraft. Its rich history. And its underground heavy metal bands, too. One has been the best ever to stand the test of time for me. And since I heard them on the Speed Kills 1 compilation album in 1985, this has been the thing that will always stick with me when it comes to my great admiration for this band, the adoration I have. The picture, the look, the sound. The title that they called them on the back of the album, The Italians Answer to Venom. I love that because it said something to me about the band. I saw the pictures of them and I was like, these are wicked, badass, street level. They were like satanic biker, just, you know, cutthroat motherfuckers, man. And I loved it. One of the greatest albums, I think, when it comes to guitar tone. I use The Day of Wrath as a signature sound for a guitar tone for Bloodstorm's Ancient Wraith of Coup. I tried to get that atmospheric sound. That album is one of the greatest sounding underground, raw, extreme death thrash metal albums that have all the early punk element spirit to it and everything that Motorhead and Venom had. It's one of the greatest albums in my life of all time. Undeniable influence around the world. And the truth be told, that's really the only album that I hold in that regard. Albums that came after that, they just did not have the energy and sound that The Day of Wrath presented to my heavy metal ears in 1985. No other band captivated that kind of sound. And with those songs and the way they're played, it's a flawless album. It is so burial ground, grit, dirt. I mean, it's just it sounds like a forgotten cemetery that is erased from history long ago. And this is the sound underneath all those forgotten graves of scattered ash and deteriorating bone in the earth. The blood of its horrific sound came out of Bulldozer's Day of Wrath for me. And I love everything about its sound. Its inspiring energy and its crucible atmosphere. One of the greatest influential albums of my time. This is next here, Bulldozer's Day of Wrath. The opener to the album. One of the coolest fucking riffs I hear ever played. Cutthroats!
One not here, one so there, I'm born, living, I'm going.
Bulldozer's Day of Wrath is one of my favorite go-to albums when it comes to looking for one of the most grisliest guitar sounds and drumming sounds ever recorded. And AC Wild's voice is very complimentary. He's Kronos and Lemmy like times 3. And I think it's a brilliant album. It just really strikes such a chord in my soul. Start to finish, that album, not a bad song on it. Love that album. Has great influences because you can hear both sounds of the Venom side and the Motorhead side, but mixed with their own version of what was going on in that time period. Brilliant album. Definitely one of the best in the world, I think, today is Bulldozer's Day of Wrath. And this next act here I want to play, they never got to make an album, sadly enough, but they had one of the greatest demos of all time for me. I mean, you know, I've heard a lot of demos, and there's always the ones that stick, but these gentlemen from Denmark appeared on one of my favorite labels that did compilations of my favorite time period off of New Renaissance Records. And people, you probably heard me talk about them and showcase them before, but those albums, they really are. Anybody that lived in that time period has to know at least one, if not two, of the New Renaissance compilation albums. Of course, you always get the Metal Massacre from Metal Blade and Speed Kills on Music for Nations and such. But for American, New Renaissance really popularized a lot of demo bands, you know, that never saw the light of day to make an album and be put into the underground heavy metal ears onto vinyl. And I learned a lot of bands due to that label and Boylan doing that. And those compilation albums, I owe a great deal to that. Learning a lot. It's one of the best bands for me. Again, hearing them, I always thought they were the missing sound to what I would have wanted Hellhammer to be. Like if Hellhammer was still existing, in 1985, and if it wasn't Celtic Frost and it was Hellhammer still, these guys, when I heard them, my first thought was, oh, these guys can replace Hellhammer. This is what the missing Hellhammer sound that I would like to hear. That Celtic Frost, I mean, yes, they have the Celtic Frost sound, but this is more, this is the more simpler, darker, brutal, simplistic end, tribal, if you will. This very tribal, sonic, ritualistic sort of death metal sound that I always loved. The slow and malevolent power. These guys had it. And it was a thundering charge across my ears here in this demo. So one of my favorite bands to ever emerge off the demo circuit from a compilation album in the 1980s, out of Denmark, Sam Hain off the Courier demo. My successor to Hellhammer for me, and still a huge influence for my love of songwriting and a go-to band in their demo stage. Sam Hain off the Courier, Plague of Messiah. that whole demo right there, to me, the best way I can say it's mesmerizing in its sound and its power. It's very, very powerful. And that's a demo. Once again, I love to play it loud like everything else. The louder you play songs like that, it is such a gripping energy about it. The attraction, the continual soul hunger really is fulfilled, and the power of that style of extreme heavy metal. That time period was just magic. That sound, love it to death. One of my favorite all-time bands demos is that Sam Hain. Man, staying on the demo circuit, I want to talk a little bit about one of my favorite people that I met in heavy metal that I got to work with just a little bit, make a song. We made 2 songs, but one song made it out as a duo we did together. But one person in the metal scene I respect since day one, writing to him and then meeting him in person. And still, we don't talk as much today as we used to, but whenever we see each other, we pick up right where we left off. Because everything about him, I like as a person. And he's one of the only people in the scene that I take serious as an occultist. There's only about 3 that I met that when it comes to occult, this guy, he lives and breathes it. I've seen it. I've been in his house. I stayed with him many times. He's got a great mind for music and his creative energy it transpires out of the normal physical world. And I love that about him. Knowing him more made me appreciate his music better. But I didn't know him back then when I first heard this 1987 demo. He became one of my favorite people in the music scene. One of my favorite bands out of a time period towards the end of the 80s where people were looking for things that were a lot more harder or heavier or more extreme, where he kept everything a lot more into the occult, always kept that line of occult ritual and emphasis, the attraction of the mysticism and magic of the universe, the undisputed, undiscovered journey of occult sciences, and could put it into horror aspects, which I always loved and admired his mind for this. Mike Browning is one of the people in the music scene that I always admire, and I looked up to him, and a lot of respect for the way his mind operates, not just as a person, but musically, and what he does. And I have a lot of admiration for Mike, and I got to know him for a long time. I've been friends with him since 1988, writing to him when he was still doing Nocturnus. And when I met him for the first time during the Grind Crusher tour, when it was Nocturnus, Godflesh, and Napalm Death, 1991, I think that tour was 91. It's when the Key came out. But anyway, I met him back then, and I met him in New York. And when I got to shake his hand, I felt the instant friendship. You ever shake somebody's hand and you definitely felt, as soon as you touch their hand, you know that they're a friend. Like you can kind of tell in a person's touch. Mike felt like a real genuine friend to me. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate that in people today. But all that aside, his musical, getting to know him as a person through all the years and how he is musically, I always admired him for his consistency of what he does and how he is. And I'm very influenced by early Nocturnus music. I'm very influenced by Mike Browning in all of his endeavors in his early heavy metal years as an artist, as a thinker, a creator in music, and lyrically how he does things and conceptually how he does things. So to one of my greatest friends in heavy metal, for me, experiencing all these years since 1988 on one of my favorite demos of all time. This is one of my favorite songs, and I wanted Bloodstorm to cover this a long time ago, and I actually had Vincent Crowley and Mike's permission to do this, but it's one of my favorite Nocturnus songs off their demos. So off their 1987 demo, this here unholy fury. Yes. Mike's still one of my greatest influences for me. I always liked him. We always got along well. He was a lot of fun to hang out with. You know, he's a very nice, mellow guy, man. You just hang out, have a good time. You know, it was, yeah, I mean, he treated me like a friend. He always did. You know, and he was never an arrogant guy. I never witnessed him be a jerk to anybody. Very easy to talk to and get along with. Mike's a good guy. I like him. He's one of my favorite people in the metal scene I've ever met. So, and Mike knows, I tell him all the time, he's always an influence on me. And it's true, he is. Just listening to that right there, he's inspiring. What his work was inspiring to me. So I owe a lot to Mike and his work. And I'm going to stay on the realm of things that Mike did in his career that influenced me yet again. And also, this had Gino in it too. After Mike's departure from Morbid Angel, he created one of the absolute most brilliant bands, short-lived, to ever just pop out one demo and really help shape a lot of the underground extreme metal scene in America when it comes to, you know, Black and Death in America. Some of the most wicked guitar work and chaotic, just horrific screaming and maniacal drumming crammed together in this magical vortex of brutal Black and Death energy. One of my favorite top demos that influenced Bloodstorm of all time. Mike Browning's work with Von Sterling and Gino Marino in 1987's Incubus. This song, God Died on His Knees. For me, that's one of the greatest demos of all time. Another one from Mike's hands. But the energy and power should speak for itself. Now I want to move this to another favored band of mine that has been very critical influence on how I actually play guitar. I learned a lot from this demo. From this band, actually, I should say this demo, more than one. But just how much I love playing certain guitar riffing style, I learned from this next band. Just how much I appreciate it and the way the energy goes through the drumming. The whole sound and essence of it. South America is a very treasured place for metal bands, especially the extreme metal bands. And from my eyes and ears, the way I viewed it, it's taken punk rock and taken Venom, like Venom, Venom, Motorhead, Bathory, and putting it in punk rock in South America at the time period. You get all these wealth, just a whole overflow, a volcanic overspring of great bands, very hard driven, no nonsense, undisputed, uncompromised, unfiltered, vicious, brutal, cutthroat, death thrash black bands from South America. One of the best for me came out of Chile. And it's what is done in the short period of time that these guys put on their two demos that finally made it to my ears. And I got these demos, by the way, from Mark from Fatal, the band Fatal out of Michigan. He sent me these. I only read about them, but he tape traded me and he sent me these, so I finally got to hear them. And this was in 1988 when I finally got to hear them. When I got these tapes from Mark. But that is also the same year I started coming up with Goraphobia ideas. And this band was on my table of saying, I can hear and see something in this band that I love the sound and the energy of it. It has a lot to do with the time period, what was going on, but the sound and the way that it was played compared to what a lot of the South American bands were mostly coming out with, the Mutilator and the Volcano and Sarcophago, Sepultura, Chakra, all those bands. But these guys here, besides like Death Yell and Sadism, Pentagram, Sporting Tonight. For me, helped create this hand. Those two demos helped create this playing hand. And I owe them a lot. And I'm paying homage to them. The day I shut my eyes from this earth, Pentagram is definitely one of the most critical influences in what I've done in music since I heard them in 1988. And obviously, many of you love them too. So, one of my beloved bands from South America, for me, the best one ever in the Southern Hemisphere, Pentagram from Chile. One of my favorite songs of all time of theirs. Actually, probably one of my favorite songs in metal. This would be Spell of the Pentagram. Pentagram, since I heard them in '88, thanks to Mark from Fatal sending me those tapes, did help me learn to be a better player. And probably that song the most, I think it's the best one out of them all. I love all their songs. I love Profaner. I love all their songs. But, that song, it just, there's so much to it. It's the driving force, the way that a lot of these songs I'm playing tonight, it's the way they go in their style. And they're very complimentary, each of these bands, to their sound and their style. And more importantly, a lot of it at the time period. This is the 1980s where there's no internet and you only either get to see it live and experience for yourself, or you may read about it in a fanzine, a magazine, or in a magazine article that, sometimes you get those Kerrang magazines or Metal Hammer, and it'll have like the reviews in the back, and you get some editors, like, they'll trash bands and they'll trash demos and things like that. So I always found it very interesting, these time periods and these years, what these bands come out with their influences, be it a Judas Priest or an Iron Maiden or UFO or Scorpions or up to Venom, Merciful Fate or Slayer, just all of that, how they actually maneuver in their, in the creative idea and sound and what they wound up putting together. And it's still here to this day. And I think it's some of the most potent bands and songs and albums, of our time, of our generation. Well, but I'm speaking for myself, okay? I'm 55, so I'm speaking for myself, okay? So anyway, but I think most will stand the test of time still, because it seems to be very dominant, these bands. Pentagram, I mean, Bathory, these bands are all stand the test of time. This next band I'm going to play is most definitely, when I got done with Goraphobia, after that 92 tour with Immolation, and I decided coming back, I'm like, I can't go nowhere further with these guys, man. They have a whole different mindset, man. Their head, they want to be more commercial. The other guys, the band, they wanted, to be, they really did. They were looking at the grunge thing. I mean, you're sitting there listening to these guys with Immolation playing like Pearl Jam and Nirvana and all this other bullshit, like, all this grunge stuff. I couldn't believe what I was hearing from the guys I was surrounded by. I'm like, they're saying I'm the one that's false and behind the times and won't get nowhere with my music and my ideas are terrible and etc. It's like, look at how fast grunge lasted. What, a year or two, if that, and then they disappeared. But the band at the time, they were back. They wanted to go in this direction, and I just was like, no, that's not what. I didn't make Goraphobia to just take a giant, diarrhea shit smear all over everything that I love. What I'm playing tonight made me what I am. And the worst sin you could put on your soul as any person, you don't need to be an artist, anything in your life, the worst thing to do is to deny yourself of what you truly are. Never becoming what your heart is meant to be. That denial, I think, is definitely a mark, a bad karmatic mark on the universe that you'll take with you and be punished later on. I see music because this is the idiot savant field that I live in, is music. I'm passionate about it. And I refuse to change. Why? What's the need? What's the big need? What am I missing that's changing, that's better than what I know? We only know what we know, man, and we can get better with it. One of my greatest influences of all time in music came from a 4-song demo out of New Braunfels, Texas. And when I left Goraphobia for good, by the time 1993 rolled around, I spent a whole year working in magic exclusively, just doing rituals, just learning magic, really submerging myself in the occult arts for real. I spent an entire year doing it. And one of the best bands I always had with me, besides Diamant Galas in my ears, was the blueprint for me making, was really the real core darkness blueprint of me making Bloodstorm. From the absolute start of its dark, chaotic matter, the one single cell that exploded into this whole universe for me, was 1987's Necrovore demo. It is the greatest musical influence for me doing Bloodstorm. It is the number one. I love my Venom and I love my Motorhead, but for making Bloodstorm, this demo was the start, the first cell that sparked it. And nothing's changed to this day. It's something cosmic about the connection that John and Scott and Ross and all guys did at that time period, ignited something just like I think Venom did and I think Motorhead did. Necrovore was another opening in the cosmos to a creative pattern somewhere in the Milky Way as we're swinging around the galaxy here. I think people do that. I think books do that, actors do that, and people in there's things that do that, and I'm always toned in to music. And I think Necrovore's the one. It's the magical talisman that opened me to spark the first light of doing Bloodstorm. And I'm so heavily influenced by them. Bloodstorm did a cover of Toxic Decay, and it's on my YouTube channel. I mean, if you've heard it, I would, check it out if you're interested at all. But it's one of my most devout influences to creating Bloodstorm at the very infantile beginning stage of the core darkness. So tonight, the number one cell in Bloodstorm, Toxic Decay. Did you ever get that magnetic, kinetic alignment, the attractor, that when you actually you feel ill inside of you and you can hear it and it does become spiritual medicine, like a medicine dream? Necrophore is like that for me. It really is. Just as much as Motorhead and Venom. But Motorhead, though, they were the first initial spark for me wanting to do Bloodstorm after Agoraphobia. I said, that's the style that's been missing in me, not to be able to come out yet. So there you go. Hope you enjoyed that one, ladies and gentlemen. That'll go with me past this grave into whatever stretch of cosmic arm I reach past the physical planes of Earth. Necrophore sound will go with me. Now I want to move to a sound, a really good influential sound that's different than what Necrophore, Pentagram, and Incubus is. Homage to a sound coming from women. The great voice of women in heavy metal and the power they have to spark influence and interest. To make an exciting statement of saying, this is great, hearing this music in another way. You know, women have a great, I think, natural communal energy with heavy metal as men do. You know, two sides of the same coin. It's like, you know, just for instance, if I could take something just for 30 seconds here. I love Tina Turner. And I think to myself, what would Tina Turner sound like if you put her voice behind, what would she sound like behind Venom black metal? Might be kind of wild, you know? There's a power. There is a tone and a power that a female's vocal cords resonates that does portal in an attracting sound influence, you know? And it fascinates me. And women that are good at it, I think, are brilliant. I think at times, sometimes a woman's voice can make the music sound even better than sometimes a male voice on it. But it depends, you know? It really depends on the style of music, the people playing it, the sound they come up with, and most importantly, how the woman's voice sounds over those guitar tones, the bass and the drums, and what's going on. Well, one of my favorite came out of Belgium, and I got to hear them, thankfully, for the first time on tour with Absu. Russ got those 3 Acid CDs handed to him in his hand, and I finally got to hear them after all these years. And Kate DeLambaret took me onto a whole other physical plane of existence to walk my shoes on. I fell in love with Acid the moment I heard Max Overload. Because the first album he played Maniac. And I fell in love with Kate ever since and aspired to maybe one day be able to play with a woman that can sing that great and powerful heavy metal vocals over heavy metal music that sound like, you know, Venom, Saxon, and Motorhead, you know, but with a woman's high energy, powerful, you know, heavy metal voice over top of it. Very aspiratic and aspiring power. Well, one of my favorite bands and number one influences for me to do Den of Sin is Acid. And I say Kate is always my number one female voice in heavy metal. She is. She's my favorite of all time when it comes to a woman's voice in heavy metal music. Kate is number one for me. So my love and dedication to Acid, off of their 1983 Maniac album, the first song I got to hear her, Max Overload.
He sounds atomic,
Well, ever since I heard that song on that bus with Russ Proscriptor, I fell in love with Kate instantly. Magic, just her voice with that music, boom. And I think those Acid albums, to me, they're flawless. She sounds so great. Her voice sounds so great over heavy metal music. She inspired me to do Den of Sin. She was the number one. And then Ann Boylan and Betsy Weiss, Betsy Bitch. They're really the three top for wanting me to do Den of Sin. But Kate was the initial first one that said, man, that would be so awesome to play music and have a woman like that sing vocals over top of my music. It would be really awesome to experience. So nothing but mad respect for Kate and women in heavy metal. Very important having ladies in the music of heavy metal. They make a great mark, deservingly so. Another tribute to one of my favorite women bands. You all know me. America had the Runaways. We had Joan Jett and Lita Ford. But man, England had the best. They had the female Motorhead. And I'm talking about Girl School. And man, hearing them, when I got to hear them for the first time after a lot of years, I only got to hear, first album I got to hear was the not Scream Blue Murder. It was the oh god, I'm trying to think of the one right after that. My mind's drawing a blank here. Anyway, it was more commercial. And it wasn't until I got to hear Demolition, Hit and Run, and Scream Blue Murder that I really was like, I was astonished how brilliant I thought. I was like, they are female Motorhead. And that right there is a huge win for me. Blown away by this, just the great, uncompromising hard rock and heavy metal attitude that Girl School had in the beginning years, starting out with Bronze Records with Motorhead label mates, pounding around with Lemmy and Phil and Eddie back in the day. I mean, 4 women that can rock harder than most guys back in that time. And they're still going strong to this day. I can't understand why they don't get more support and real backing from, people in the music business that, they do have the ability to push and promote bands more than they used to, it seems to me. I don't know. I'm a little bit out of the game with that, but, I always thought it was shitty. The business has always been shit for women that are in music. It's been shit. Unless they're tough enough and smart enough and resilient enough and won't take nobody's garbage, won't take no guy just shitting on them. And they have to be that way. And I admire them for that. Still around 40 plus years. Denise and Kim and still playing. And that to me is to be very respected. Just like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest are out there. You know what? Kim and Denise, for me, they play harder and heavier anyway. They just do. Maybe you don't agree with me or not, but I think they do. Girl School deserve mad respect. At least respect. Maybe you don't like their albums or their styles, but they deserve their respect because they were there long before a lot of other ones were around. These 4 ladies were brilliant. The female Motorhead. I mean, we had the Runaways, but nobody beats Girl School in my book. And in my book, in my heavy metal rock and roll book, no women beat Girl School. And I want to spend this piece I want to play tonight is dedicated more to Kelly Johnson's memory because she passed away from spinal cancer in July 15th of 2009. He died of spinal cancer, Kelly. And I always say Kelly was the female Eddie Clark. And I just love and respect her. She contributed, obviously was a cornerstone to the sound of Girls School, just as much as Kim, Denise, and Enid. Kelly was a vocalist. Kelly, she was a lead guitarist, man. She was the cornerstone sound that made Girls School what it is. So I want to pay dedication, little special video dedication for Kelly Johnson at Girls School, one of my favorite, greatest, beloved, out of not just women, but out of a lot of bands. Just as a band, Girls School are in high regard over a lot of male bands for me. Okay? So a little special dedication for Kelly Johnson in her memory of her passing. So this is a promo video for Come On, Let's Go to Kelly. Kelly Johnson in Girls School. They were a big influence on me, man, in my later part of my years. They were definitely a breath of fresh air, amongst a lot of other things, grazing my ears again. It's that Motorhead power. It's that hard rock energy. It's brutal and it's raw. It's unapologetic, man. I mean, the simplicity, and there's a brilliance in it. I say that all the time, but it's true. And I love that about that kind of sound in hard rock and heavy metal. I think it's a style that's missed a lot. It does influence and impact me sometimes. Once in a while, I get into writing. I get into writing mode. Girl school. They once in a while they come in my ear all throughout. My life. So love and dedication to Girl School and for Kelly Johnson on her unfortunate passing many years ago. So there you go. That's for Girl School. Dedication to them. When you think of a heavy metal album, if you had to think of a heavy metal album that probably would say for yourself, when you hear it for the first time, you kind of know from start to finish, like that would be your go-to album. If somebody said to you, who has no idea about heavy metal, or what album or band to kind of take them on first step, like I'm talking, they didn't hear nothing yet. Okay, no Iron Maiden, no Judas Priest, no Ozzy Osbourne, nothing like that. Okay, can you think of an album that you would give to somebody and say, you know what, start with this? You start with this, you're going to hear a lot of great things about this kind of music you're interested in, and you could build from there. I have an album that this was the album that I always did do that with. And I did it with kids on my bus when they asked me sometimes about albums. I mean, because they already knew Judas Priest, and they know Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden. They know all this, the mainstream stuff, and the Slayers and all that, Hoopla, Metallica. But they're younger, so they're only going to know what's pushed in their face out there. What's always pushed in their face? It's the gimme fast gimmick shit that's out there all the time. I mean, that's just what it is. But then there's people like us. Here we still sit, like some fucking skin tag on their back that they can't reach. Every once in a while, yeah, I'm here. So an album that I would give to a young person, boy or girl, that I thought was one of the great, well-rounded heavy metal album. And when I say heavy metal, I'm not talking about the commercial, the Americanized, glam shit and all that. No, I'm talking a real blood and guts, raw, hard rocking, like heavy metal album that was a bridge between a hard rock era that was going into a heavier, harder sound. That it was a mutual meeting ground of the two, that had great sound, great songwriting, great energy, execution, playing, the whole thing. Not too over the top with maybe song content, but extremely powerful and precisely exciting to the ear. Can make a person go, I want to hear more of that style. That's great. Wow, this is a great album, start to finish. Well, this album has always been that album for me since I've heard it. And my brother Frank used to be able to play this whole album start to finish on drums. But this album is always my number one go-to heavy metal album. This is my heavy metal album, bridging into hard rock all time. This is the album I would give to a kid that you had to start off something good, pivotal ground that gave him a better standing into kind of what I stepped into, if that makes sense. This, one of my best, this is the go-to heavy metal album for me. This defines heavy metal more than Iron Maiden and Judas Priest, this album here. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the self-titled 1984 Metal Church album. The song that I'm picking off of here, because every song on that album to me is flawless. That is a flawless heavy metal hard rock album in my world. That is the best representation of hard rock heavy metal combined, flawless in sound and everything structured. My favorite song off of there, starting off side B, Hitman. I think that is the best representation of a true heavy metal album for me. That album, once again, whenever I had a bad day, that's an album I could put on and it will take that funky ass feeling out of me. It will. That album is definitely a great inspiration to listen to. It does. That album does that for me. And that is the album I will tell, like, younger kids, I'll steer them onto that album. And yeah, I will play it on my school bus sometimes too. So yeah, that to me is the pinnacle heavy metal album in my world. Okay. So to each their own, but that's mine. I want to share that with you. Heavy influence start to finish. Love to Metal Church. And when it comes to hard rock, and uncompromising rock and roll, raw power, and unapologetic nasty energy, to me, nothing beats Bon Scott years of AC/DC. There's nothing that beats that for me. If this wasn't just based on heavy metal, AC/DC would be in here, would be Bon Scott would be in this list, and so would Susie Quattro. But it's not. I'm just feeling this basically solely on heavy metal. But anyway, no, there was a missing part of me that when, not hearing Bon Scott, because by the time I heard Bon Scott, honestly, he was already passed away. He was already gone, because the early AC/DC albums didn't make it out until Back in Black got on the shelves, and then suddenly Atlantic Records in America decided to put out Highway to Hell and like Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap and all the back albums, and it confused a lot of us at that time period. It's like you hear Back in Black on the radio, Brian Johnson, but then you're hearing all of a sudden Highway to Hell's out and Dirty Deeds. Like, what the hell are these albums? Does anybody like Tino, Carl, you guys are in my age group, can you remember that happening? Because I can remember there was this little weird confusion of that going on. Because I love that band to death. I don't fucking care, man. I love AC/DC. I love every Bon Scott song. I love that guy. Love that guy. One of my favorite frontmen of all time is Bon Scott. Every one of those albums that Bon did is flawless to me. I love them. I love how Malcolm Young and Angus Young wrote their songs. They didn't give a shit. They were like, this is what we're going to do. We don't care. That's the attitude that I think is missing in most music today. Everybody's worrying about pleasing every other fucking plastic ham and egger, then down the street that's going to like them for a little bit and then they're going to be gone next year. No. Stick to what you believe into. You do what you know is right in your heart and soul, and that is it. Never compromise the being you are. Never in music. I always loved that attitude about AC/DC. So getting to know Bon Scott after he passed away kind of was like, wow, this is great music. I'm missing this, And it took over Kiss. AC/DC took over Kiss for me by the time I heard Back in Black and Bon Scott, because Kiss they fucked up it, when they did Dynasty. It got fucked up. It did. It wasn't about music no more. Peter's not in the band. And then here's, you're getting Motorhead coming out and Iron Maiden and AC/DC is now out about. You're hearing Judas Priest, British Steel. You're getting to see these bands pop up, starting to rise a little bit, and it's taking its place. Well, AC/DC took Kiss's place for me. But I missed Bon's voice. I love his voice. Bon Scott's vocals, for me, are my favorite when it comes to hard, driving, aggressive, raw, uncompromised rock and roll energy. Bon's voice is brilliant, and I love that style. Well, there was a band that had a man that sang vocals, had a heavy metal voice that was to me, for my ears, he sounded like Bon Scott, but in the realm of being more of a heavy metal, like a Judas Priest Saxon Accept band. And they came out of Switzerland. And the band's Crocus, Mark Strachey. I love all those early Crocus albums with Mark. Mark's one of my favorite vocalists in heavy metal. And I don't think he gets enough credit. He's very underrated. And one of my favorite albums of all time was 1980's Heavy Metal Rendezvous. Hearing Mark's voice for the first time, because it's the first album he showed up on, but it's the first time I got to hear Crocus. And the song I'm putting on tonight is how I fell in love with this band to help me find the missing piece of Bon Scott once again, but now in the realm of heavy metal through Mark Strachey's voice in Crocus. So, off of 1980's Metal Rendezvous, this is Crocus, Heat Stroke. Mark's one of my favorite singers, man, and it's because of my love of Bon Scott. If I didn't know that that was Crocus and I heard them for the first time without seeing the album cover or nothing, and you played me that song, I would think it was an AC/DC song. I would. I could still have that feeling about that, especially, the early albums with Mark. All the way up to Headhunter. You got, Metal Rendezvous, Hardware, One Vice at a Time, and Headhunter. Those albums right there, those four are, for me, that's the pinnacle of their career. That's the best. So anyway, their early Crocus is a staple, Mark, for me when it comes to heavy metal. More so, a little bit more than an Iron Maiden or a Judas Priest. Crocus is a little bit higher than them for me. It's the sound. It's the way they're played. They have more of an edge to them a bit. So I like that. Not saying that Iron Maiden and Judas Priest don't, because I love those bands. I love them. I do. We'll get shut down playing them. Otherwise, we're playing Judas Priest too. Anyway, another band I think that I always said it before, that I think never really got the attention that they deserved, that came out of England. A brilliant heavy metal band that influenced Metallica. Quite a few others, I'm sure, but I never understood, once again, why these guys did not get, the limelight that Judas Priest and Iron Maiden got. I thought these guys were brilliant. Their early albums, man, they were great. Just a strong, very strong, potent, hard rock, heavy metal riffing. 101. I mean, modern class of the time, man. Saxon were it. I always appreciate them a little bit more than the aforementioned bands. I loved early Saxon albums. The riffing is great. Biff's vocals. He soars, man. It's all heavy metal thunder. It's a band I play all the time on my school bus, man. Many great songs. But Saxon is very influential, just as much as Crocus, in my heavy metal style of playing in Bloodstorm. I get a lot of inspiration from Crocus and Saxon. I really do. And a song, one of my favorite songs of Saxon, I think it's really cool. I just love the energy, the riffing, the drumming. It's a real great get up and go song, man. So I chose this one to celebrate Saxon and their great place in heavy metal, rightfully so. Homage to Saxon off the Wheels of Steel album, Motorcycle Man. Nah. Saxon just light the air up with beautiful heavy metal sound. Heavy metal thunder, heavy metal lightning. I just always believed that they should have gotten just as much push as Iron Maiden and Judas Priest did. They have a great plethora of songs. Just pure spirit, classic heavy metal hard rock. It's great. It's right along the lines of like Metal Church. Kind of would have been cool if Deep Purple could have been like that more, maybe. You could have seen tinges of that, Deep Purple being a little bit more like that, I guess. But Richie Blackmore wanted to be more pop. It is what it is. It's all history, right? But it's anarchy too, and here we have it. So that's my love of Saxon. I think they're one of the most underappreciated heavy metal bands, just like Accept is appreciated, but I'm saying not as appreciated when it comes to when everybody rattles off the same old shit, Judas Priest and Iron Maiden and Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne and Metallica and all. I always thought accepting Judas Priest, accepting Saxon, she'll be rattled off in the same breath too. And it would have been cool if Crocus could have made it that far, but they didn't. So now I'm coming up to my last closing few. I got 4 more tops here, and these 4 that I'm ending with, they, like Necrovore, these 4 bands, I'd have to say, were there from the absolute start of me, and really, they were innovative in changing me. These next 4 bands really were innovative at changing how I thought totally about heavy metal and all of its attributes when it comes to the extreme ends of it, in its lyrical content, in its concepts, in its playing style, its riffing, its attitude, its energy, its presentation, everything about the world of heavy metal and what it gave birth to out from what they did. For me, these last 4 are probably the strongest. So I saved them for last. Well, this one I'm going to start with now. For my sisters, the Beatles for them were genius. And if I remember right, the definition of genius is someone that is going to they change your life. They change. They reinvent you. They innovate. They change things in your life. They reestablish your thinking and your outlook, bringing a whole new level of inspiration. That defines genius for me in what somebody does. This band here, when it came to being a whole level of ingenuity and innovation, even with the sound of their instruments, how it's played, executed, written, lyrical content, concepts, visual, the art, everything about this band created a whole science fiction, mutated, chaotic, twisted world of high technological mayhem. And the whole world that it births and the creatures that are born from its chaos. The dark, grisly ambiguity, the ingenuity out of its primitive mayhem, gave to me 4 albums of the most highly inspirational world of a science fiction realm that could never have ever been thought of when it comes to a world of creation. In all of its true artistic and theatrical form of sound and energy, to me, nothing created a world stage of that mutated science fiction, post-apocalyptic mutated world other than Voivod. the storyline of those albums, there's nothing that matches that. One of the probably strongest game-changing albums when it comes to honing in the top crucible of their sound and their story, I think it's been probably Killing Technology album that encompasses the entire realm of the Kroger world, of the mutated world. That whole innovative energy of Voivod. One of my favorite songs that I thought was played great when I saw them in '87 when they played with Creator at the Trocadero Theater in October. I mean, that Tornado tour, that Kill for Pleasure, Pleasure to Kill, Killing Technology album, that whole thing, that whole tour, one of the most awesome songs played live is this song that I think is the best. Oh God, it's probably one of the best ones of the time period I could think of. Off of Killing Technology, Tornado. The truth is, Voivod, still to this day, I love their music. I even like their newer songs. There's been nothing ever that's to sound like that. There just hasn't been. They innovated something that was so dynamically inspiring to aspire that kind of sound with that energy, the storytelling of it. I love conceptual albums, and Voivod is the best out there ever. To me, there's never been a band better than that. They're a game changer. They are innovators. It is genius. They changed a lot of things and a lot of sound. Very unique, potent. Not enough words of brilliance for what Voivod has created for this heavy metal world. But it sparked a lot of great imagination and influence in other bands. Still, as always, these albums are just as highly influential as they've always been the day they were out. Love and dedication always to Voivod. Another huge band here that's very top and keen were the successors of Hellhammer, and it was Celtic Frost. And everybody knows their story and their journey. But man, it has to be told. The way that Tom Warrior, Martin Ain executed writing songs out of swing music, taking 20s music, a lot of the swing and big band stuff, how he innovated a lot of the sweeps in his guitar riffing were such a captivating hook. It definitely grabbed your interest, your influence. It made you definitely, thrash. It made you headbang. It made you tap your feet. It made you air guitar. It made you air drum. To see here in Celtic Frost, the simple primal beats that they had with the raw, punishing energy, this tribal, brutal, raw energy. But it's progressive in the style that it took. It had its progressive swing to it that made it such a very unique sound out of such simplistic brilliance. There's never been a better influential band to take a heavy, dark, somber energy sound with all of its dark, somber, and dredging negative influences of human downfall and self-destructive loathing in society, all the things that break a person down spiritual wise, and the failures of religion and mankind society, but take it and put it into such a song and energy into this great vessel of expression to make it a sound of interest, to dig into these crypts of human failure again and put them into this brilliant song and energy and its raw power and simple, high potent energy, and create the most influential death metal sound of its time, to innovate something that was new on the horizon, trying to create something new, a death rock. I remember Celtic Frost, Tom Warrior, and Martin Ain saying they were a rock band. They were trying to be a heavy rock band to take the influences and the sounds and images of death and the negative effects of society and religion and put it into an area to express its energy in a dark way, and outbursts death metal in its form, without it trying to be birthed. That's what I think Celtic Frost did without trying to do it. And they were they were the successors to Hellhammer. They were a great extension outside of Hellhammer, putting in this musical they were abnormal for its time period. They were an abnormal sound and influence, but it was medieval Thai. It was occult dark energy. It wasn't so much satanic as it was an occult dark energy. This journey into an unknown force and area and the dark mind and spiritual bowels of, this debauchery in humanity, and what can come out of an insane mind and a raw, brutal essence of its somber nihilism in humanity. I always loved that about Celtic Frost's innovation. And I myself always try to learn from its sound and its influence. They made the best albums to influence the death metal genre of its time period, coming out in the mid-early 80s. One of my favorite eras of them was between doing, before to Megatherion and, right after, of course, when they first started out at Hellhammer. So before they got into Megatherion, and then, doing the Emperor's Return EP. Well, they had all these other songs, I think, left over from Morbid Tales. It seemed like they had all these other ideas. You get Visual Aggression and Suicidal Winds. So Morbid Tales was, for me, the biggest song was Visions of Mortality. That was a great, lyrically too, from Martin Ain. But this song here, I always thought was the unsung hero song that never got put on an album until way later. But when I heard it, I always thought it was the missing Ark of the Covenant song of Celtic Frost discography and songs. So during the recording of, Emperor's Return, one great song that I thought was the greatest gem missing was this song here, one of the greatest out of their discography, that emphasized everything I'm talking about, the height and pinnacle of their sound after Morbid Tales going into Megatherion. During the Emperor's Return recordings, this song, the lost gem, Journey into Fear.
Remembrance, a real
Celtic Frost are one of the greatest bands to ever influence multitude of bands in heavy metal, in all extreme forms of heavy metal music. There always seems to be a tie somewhere along the discography of Celtic Frost. And every album does have a different sound than the other one, but you can still tell it's them. To me, that is a sign of genius and innovation. It is. I love everything up to In the Pandemonium. After that, it dropped off. It's just the truth. But I appreciate In the Pandemonium later. It took me a little while to appreciate that album, but when I did, and I finally realized what it was and what it was about, I learned to appreciate it. So yeah, that's good when a band can do that. They can make you rethink over and over again, and you always find something new and inspirational about them. Celtic Frost always do that for me in my career. They hold a very top and potent place in my music realm. 2 more songs tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And this next one here, I got to just tell you, and I'm not going to tell you anything new. I want to keep it short and sweet because I know it's getting late. But without Kronos, Abaddon, and Mantis, there would be no black metal. They came up with the term. They invented it, period. Black Sabbath didn't invent it. Nobody else invented black metal. Merciful Fate didn't invent it. It was Venom. I never heard anyone else ever say black metal. Their music is black metal. Everything about it. And they say it. They take punk, hard rock, the elements of heavy metal. They put everything, all the cliches, Kiss, everything. They put it into a jar, mix it up, and spill it out. Kronos said it best, and it's true. And you throw it, boom, and you just see what happens, and you throw everything you can, full force, nonstop, as hard and strong and mean as you fucking can. And you got black metal. Without them 3 guys doing what they did at the time period, I firmly believe, and I could be wrong, and I could be an ignorant fuck, but I believe a lot of the bands would be a bit different and maybe not even exist. It was Venom to help push music deeper and further into the realm of extremity, because it did help a little bit. Celtic Frost get to that step. It helped, Metallica get into that step. Slayer get into that step. It did. I'm not saying that, it was all solely that, but they made the move to help initiate the other ones to make a move a little bit more in that direction under their own moniker. So, eternal respect and salutes always and forever goes to Venom. And they have such a great wealth of songs and singles. Well, I'm going to play one of my most beloved songs that didn't appear on an album, but appeared for the first time when I heard it on Hell to the Unknown's 4-album box set. Well, it's a double album, but 4 sides. This song appeared on that for the first time, and I thought it was one of the most awesome, aggressive, one of their great statement songs of everything that they're about their energy. I just love this song to death. Eternal salutes and tributes to Kronos, Abaddon, and Mantis for creating black metal the way that I knew it, grew up to love it, and still love it today. Always hold true to your power and energy. One of my favorite songs out of everything they've done. Off of From Hell to the Unknown. Senile Decay.
Intelligence, tale of history, and Helllight's contraband. Ether smells from its lips, its eyes begin to bleed. Lost elixir of life, baby maggots feed. my children, oh, if they could know the hell. Hair declining, light declining, vomits at its own sweet smell. Laughing at its ripe melasma, skin begins to rot and peel. Gravel and dry catamenia, open wounds that never heal.
With all my heart and soul, there isn't a band in extreme heavy metal that can ever take Venom's place. For me, there isn't. But remember, I'm 55 years old. But that's just where my world is, and that's how I land. For me, they started everything after that. Even influenced, you gotta remember, they influenced Voivod too. You gotta remember that. Always love and dedication to Venom. They really are the ones to help. They started the first brick in our road. They really did. Another brick on the road for me is it's the hard rock side, but I think they help give a brand new meaning to heavy metal. Or birthing or keeping rock and heavy metal alive during a time period where it was thought dead in the late 1970s over in England, where everybody was being punk and anti-establishment and everybody was getting political or they were getting pop. There's one band that I always believed flew the flag the highest for traditional, classic, raw, unapologetic, loud, and obnoxious, brilliant rock and roll, raw power and high energy. Nothing's been better than Motorhead in my life. I mean, AC/DC, but when it comes to real, when you think of the years Motorhead had been around since 1979 up to 2015 when Lemmy passed away, for me, in my eyes and ears, in my experience living on this planet Earth with all of you, I can't think, and think of it this way, I can't think of any other band, okay, in their career that has been the most consistent in studio, in the studio sound of their albums and songwriting. What did Motorhead have 25, I think, or 26 studio albums under their belt? I'll say 25 because the No Parole Lemmy never really counted as a real album until, well, he did when Eddie and Phil came into the mix after Larry and Lucas were out of the band and replaced by Phil and Eddie. He did so, 26 studio albums that are most consistent to the sound of what Motorhead is. Okay, and when it comes to band members, they didn't change too many times. Not where you think of a lot of them have, but when it comes to in the studio consistency, okay, Iron Maiden has been around for a very long time. So Judas Priest, but and I love both of those bands, but I gotta fucking say the truth. In the 80s, by the time Judas Priest put out Turbo, it sank. It was all, they were getting that weird, stupid California Hollywood glam shit. Like the fucking Scorpions and Aerosmith and all that bullshit was going on, the Def Leppards and all that. It was tanking them. It was shit doing that to bands like that. It was shit. That's the American market fucking machine. It was shit. And it's still shit. And America, the way they do things in music, it's garbage. So to me, they slipped by that album. They lost their way. To me, they lost their way. You know, Iron Maiden. Sorry, by the time Seventh Son came out, all that power and energy, by the time it did Somewhere in Time, I think they got lost a little bit. I think they were they were heavy touring. They were hard working band. Don't get me wrong, they're great. These bands are great for what they do. But when I loved them, I didn't love them the same way I started out with them. Motorhead, I loved from fucking day one, all the way up till Lemmy passed away. The most consistent hard rocking motherfucker that ever put his feet on stage or his hands to an instrument and his voice to a microphone. Nobody belted out raw, uncompromising, just high-spirited, unapologetic, rock and roll, rebellious energy than Lemmy. The guy never fucking forsaken anything he believed in music. And that is one of the, for me, for a guy like me, his music and Motorhead's albums have been the best friend, the undisputed best friend I've ever had in my life. Motorhead is part of my spirit, my story. Those albums, man, 40 years of making fucking records, man, they told my fucking story in my life. Motorhead's been around me my entire life. So it was so absolutely fucking strange. When he passed away, Bon was already gone. I love this legacy, but I didn't grow up with him. You know, Iron Maiden and Judas Priest, they were in my life early and then fell off with all these awesome bands. The Voivods and the Nasty Savage and Whiplash and Celtic Frost and Venom. You know, they came into light because they sank. Motorhead were always fucking there, man. Orgasmatron, Rock and Roll, got into, 1912 and all those albums. And then Mickey D comes in and they just keep lighting that fucking fire. They kept that alive. Lemmy kept it alive, man. There's been no other band that ever did that in my existence yet. I can't think of a better studio band that's ever fucking existed in consistency in the studio. I'm not talking live, but even live. I saw Motorhead 4 times live. 4. That's all I got to see them. But I've never seen a band better than that when it came to those 3 guys on stage. You know, I only got to see them with Phil and Mickey. That's the only times I got to see them. But nothing was changed. It was better than it ever was. And I love Fast Eddie Clarke and Phil Taylor. Absolutely. They made Motorhead what it is. Nobody made a drum sound better than Filthy Phil Taylor. That filthy animal, when he did Double Kick, I can't think of a band that ever did Double Kick before Motorhead's Overkill. They innovated a new sound in hard rock, birthing into heavy metal. It was Filthy Phil Taylor doing Double Kick to the song Overkill. Motorhead, with a natural progression, bastard rock and roll, going into heavy metal, keeping that energy alive for 40 plus years. I'm ending tonight with the greatest influence ever that I was able to walk in my life with their albums in next studio is Motorhead. And to start it all off was Overkill, 1979. Let it rip, Carl. Overkill.
Only way to feel the noise is when it's good and loud.
Thank you all for being here with me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you were entertained, and I hope you were able to enjoy the journey I took you on for my top influences in music. So there you go. I could have easily done a lot more, but those were the most throughout my life that I play and cycle through in one aspect or another, be it the song or the band or the album. But this kind of stuff is what makes people, happening. It creates a great character for your person when you take a journey with music. The albums mean something to you when you listen to them, wherever you may be, because there's always a spot in your life where it's like an empty glass or an empty shelf, and you need to fill it with something that is going to make sense or have a taste in your soul that you're never going to be able to forget it again. And music has always been that flavor of enjoyment. It satisfies me as a spiritual palate, if you will. Okay. There's always that faithful friendship I get out of music, especially in the heavy metal realm, because that's what I do. And it shaped me. Everything I played tonight really did take a great shape into the kind of person that I am, since starting Agoraphobia up until this day sitting here with you. I don't have really enough words of gratitude for, my friends and people that spend time with me, that not just in music, but outside of music, that, you help make part of this music journey just as much alive. I mean, you people help make the songs and the albums and the bands that much more vibrant to enjoy when I have good friends and there's good people that can enjoy the same kind of energy. I mean, that continuity is a spiral of bliss. In the arm of the cosmos we're swirling in, and I like that. I like that about the energy we get out of rock and roll, heavy metal music. And there's a lot of other musical influences I have, but they're different when it comes to how I create. If I'm doing something in Bloodstorm, or when during my Agoraphobia days, or when I'm doing Den of Sin, this is probably the most well-rounded. I could easily add more. I don't know where Carl's at on this one, but as long as I can, I guess, keep my wits about me in some aspect or another, I'll always do something. And I always think, the older I get and the more I put out there, like anything else, you kind of get under a lot of critique more, and I just think that that's a natural thing. The longer anybody lives, the more scrutiny you get from your peers, and I think that's in anything in life. But as outside of my music, as my job, being involved with kids, with young people, it definitely is invigorating to get expressions from people that are hungry for something, to know something outside the four walls of their house, or maybe just the standard of their family or something like that. Because I think it's definitely in our nature as human beings to have something to aim at and journey towards, or to discover. We're social beings by design. Human beings, we're very social in our environment, and being social beings, we're gatherers, and we're work bearing too, to the point where it becomes communal. And when it comes to being expressive in your soul, in your arts, the dynamic vision of people in all walks of life really helps, design a whole episode throughout your life. And I always thought songs and bands and albums were a great design for your spirit to just, paint your journey through. And I appreciate all of you, your time and energy tonight. So thanks again for being here. I don't know what kind of questions you may have, if there's any. I know it's getting late. This is longer than usual. And I want to thank Carl for, giving me the platform. And, thanks to all of you for sticking around again. Let me see here if there's anything
I'll run through
that you might enjoy. There he is.
Yeah, I've been here. I'm just, if you guys got any questions, put them in the chat so I can pop them up for Chris.
Sure.
Get them in there, because I got to go.
Yeah, really. You know me, man. I can talk till the sun comes up.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
No, but I do want to tell the chat that, you are very thoughtful and like putting in together these lists. They're not done willy-nilly. Chris really puts an effort into doing this, and I just want to say I appreciate it, because it's fun, it's entertaining, and it's it's from the heart. I really appreciate that. All right, here we go. Rotten Punks, when's the next playlist show with Chris? I don't know. When is it? Oh, I got one. Do you want me to show Mike Abominator's thing, and you can talk about it again? Because maybe some
Do your
people...
commercial, boss.
What's that?
I said, yeah, do the commercials. It's cool.
Oh, okay. Well, Chris will be with Mike Abominator on Welcome to Hell channel on the YouTubes. And when is this? July 18th. And that's a Saturday, usually 4 p.m. Cali, 7 p.m. Philly. If you can't figure that out, learn how to be an adult. Come on, man.
I saw something James G. Warrior put up there about some of my favorite punk bands.
Uh-huh.
Number one for me has always been Exploited. They just always have been. They really have. And then I'd have to say GBH, Discharge, Crumbsuckers, DRI, Dealing With It's a great one. I know I haven't really played that much, but DRI's big. The Crows Conformity Animosity album's always been a huge one. And I like the Broken Bones album, Bone Crusher. I always like that.
Bone Crusher.
Yeah, but definitely a lot of it is, I'd have to say, would be GBH and Exploited and Discharge. Just because GBH and Exploited have the most albums to kind of go through.
You have to admit too that they had the best guitar tone.
They did. I love GBH's guitar sound.
Yeah,
I do.
Broken Bones, GBH, all really just had crunchy tones from back then that really influenced metal. And if you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you, because it just pushed the tone over the edge, just being heavy and crunchy.
Well, we're from the 80s. That's our generation, our decade. And it is true, because it definitely, all those bands had they went 50-50 with a lot of the thrash metal bands. They did.
Yeah,
and they borrowed from each other, and it worked great. And, I can't speak for the bands, but as a fan, as a teenager looking into it, me and my friends never thought that these bands looked too hard or tried too hard to be anything other than what they just, boom. It's like they threw it out there, what they heard, without it being uncorrupted. Like today's society, we have the social media, and it just corrupts the living shit out of everybody's thought process.
Yeah.
I think it does. And I try to stay away. I mean, yeah, there's Facebook. But, that's how I get in touch with people. And I talk to most of my friends, my work friends. Because, it's just the easiest connection I got.
If you do like things like Twitter and all that, it's this.
I don't need all that, man. I mean, garbage. I know it's there. But I don't sink myself so much into that world. Because for me, for the way that I think, I like to be a books guy. I like to have, things in front of me where I can write. It's tangible. I live in that. That's how I think and live. And that's why I'm big on records, physical records and tapes. And I'm big on it when I collect pop culture things, for Christ's sake. I mean, just for an example. I got this sitting here. You know, I mean, I'm big into just having these things around me. That's Black Widow, by the way. It's just
You
that
like
person. I'm that kind of person.
organic
having-
world actually means something, right?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Because it is a piece of what I am. I grew up in it.
I mean,
Which is from it.
look at this.
And the older you get, the more you're like, shit, man. It really will for me. Because I didn't get into drinking and smoking, so I guess maybe my mind always stays fresh because of these albums. It really is. He's 25 I plucked tonight, which isn't because there's, I love my Destruction and Creator and things
Sure,
like that.
you,
But
you can go on and on.
yes, but I was really trying to dig the deepest out of, okay, I mean, I wanted to play Carnivore, but I was afraid of getting shut down because I always keep hearing horror stories about playing Carnivore. But there's Pete Steele with Carnivore's early was huge for my lyrical influence.
Yeah,
so it stinks. And there's early
apocalyptic world he created.
Yes.
Yes.
The whole visual look, it means something to me. It makes sense. And because the neighborhood I grew up in, we had, you got to remember, the block I was on, it was one block of houses. The other side was a parking lot. And it looked like a wasteland because you see stolen shopping carts and pieces of cars and furniture and shit sitting in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And there was then the other side of the block was the high school. That's in high school. And it was a brutal high school. Fights all the time, people getting jumped, girls fist fighting out there. It was that kind of public high school.
Class
then on
of
the other side,
1984.
it was the railroad. We had the railroad tracks. And then we had factories. And behind that was a junkyard. And everybody used to abandon their junk cars along Rose Hill Street. So it was one row of homes, high school that had debauchery, a parking lot full of trash, junkyard, junk cars, and a railroad with every other place was an abandoned factory. So right there you had like this, it's almost like a movie, it's like a Hollywood theater screenplay where you had like a set stage for Conan and Mad Max and Sword and the Sorcerer and, Space Hunter and 3D, all these apocalyptic kind of science fiction worlds when you're a young teen and a young kid, like as a playground with these things in front of you. And then you got the music that complements the energy, just all the science fiction stuff that I'm talking about with the ninja movies and all the high crazy action films and the Godzilla and the Johnny Sacco and Ultraman, and he's got all these things in the horror
comes crashing together.
And your kids, man. And it's
Comic
the boys
books.
and the girls.
Yeah.
And you're out there running around, reenacting what you're seeing on the pages, trying to get the energy that you're hearing in these songs. Like, oh, man, this is great. And you just go out and you're jumping all over this shit, running up and down the tracks and getting dirty, and you're busting up your elbows and knees because you're able to be in the environment that resonates what you're hearing, and you're living it. And the lyrics are speaking to it. And it's like, I get it. I'm that guy. I'm that girl. So a lot of us did that, but that was the environment. So it made sense to take the step that I did. And these were kind of the albums in the band in that time period, because that's where I lived in the 80s. That's where I was. And my friends, my house was the hub where everybody met. There was my block kind of sectioned off, like another section of Kensington to another section of Kensington, because of the railroad that ran through C Street and D Street and Indiana Avenue and all that, and Rose Hill. It ran through it. So if you wanted to get to another neighborhood, all you had to do was walk up the railroad track, and you can hit, at all these other neighborhoods. You can go through Juniata, and you can go through Knightstown and Tioga and Fairmount and go into Kensington, and then you're into my neighborhood, and then you get into into like Somerset and to Berks and all these other areas, walking along the train track. So you're finding it, and then what do you got? You got corner store, and then the avenue runs along the train, the elevated train for shopping. So as a kid, all you had to do, it's like Stand By Me. I get that movie. All you had to do was follow the train track. Oh,
Yeah.
that's really all you had to do. I had that landmark, and it led me to experiencing other neighborhoods and other people. And it led them to us. And my house was right at the corner of one of the bridges where everybody would walk down. And
So it just came
I happened
together.
to live.
Yeah.
That's where we lived. It was a hub. So that's it. It created that world.
Well, I think at that point we're gonna cut it, Chris, because we are at
Yeah.
4 and
I
a
know
half
it's late.
hours. Yeah. But what
Which
a
was
list!
the big one.
Yeah,
And
it was
thank
a
you
great
for being
list,
there.
though. I totally enjoyed it. The
Thank
chat
you.
enjoyed it. Everybody pretty
Did
much stuck
they?
around. Yeah.
I'm glad. I've seen some people. I didn't see everybody, but I saw some people, chatting away. And,
Yeah.
yeah. Is there any other one more question? I guess before we split, is there something else? Is there anybody else before you split? Before we go? Before Mike next week?
Well, I didn't see any more questions
Okay.
come in. I think
Well,
a lot of
listen.
people might have dropped off. towards
Yeah,
the
I
end
know
here.
it's late. It's late,
Yeah.
and I
But,
appreciate. And hey, man, my friend might see this later. My friend Faye, who does After React, I told
Uh-huh.
her about your channel.
Okay. Oh yeah.
She
yeah.
lives over there. Yeah, I get her. I just sent her Nasty Savage for the first time,
Nice.
and she's like, "Whoa!" She got it, for the first. She don't know none of this stuff. So I'm introducing her to all. She's used to people going to her with U2 and Bruce Springsteen and all this other new shit. And I'm coming at her with Voivod and Nasty Savage and all. She's like, I never heard this stuff before.
Real
never,
music.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and I introduced her to some of the early pop stuff like the Irene Cara and all that and Missing Persons. But I told her about this, and she's like, "Oh, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out." So hopefully, my friend Faye, who does Africa React, is now on your channel. I hope.
Yeah. Well, if,
I'm trying to bridge people, man. I'm trying to bridge. Like I
she
had a
shows
bridge
up,
next to my house. What's that?
if she shows up, put a comment on the replay in the
I think
comments.
she's 8 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So she might be just waking up right about now. I
I'm
try
just-
to parlay us, Carl. I try to
hear ya.
bridge all
Your
of us
no,
together.
your shows get a lot of
Oh, well,
plays
thank
after
you.
the fact. So no, they do pretty
Yeah,
well.
I know. A lot of people. Wednesday's a work night for most people. I'm a
Yeah.
school. I'm like a fucking school child. Still.
A lot of
I'm
people-
55, but my head's like a school child.
Well, I got you beat. I'm 56 and I'm still
There
up.
you go, Carl. There
A
you go.
lot of people listen to these things in the day, like
Well,
when they're
cool.
at work. Yeah. So
Well, I hope they can enjoy a playback. And I was trying to give a little background, but I was trying to keep it going because there's 26.
no,
So I was hoping to be entertaining.
we knew it was going to be epic, but it was
Yeah.
good. That's the main thing.
Well,
That's the
thanks,
main
everybody.
thing. It was entertaining and good jams. I mean,
Thanks.
you covered extreme 80s, you covered hard rock, and you covered heavy metal. I mean, what more can we ask for in 25
That's what I
songs?
know.
And there's about 129 more that we could easily done.
Yeah.
That
And,
was-
and I try to encompass what started me on the agoraphobia journey in 1980 to where I'm sitting at now. And I tried to keep the most consistent.
yeah.
That's what I tried to do. It's not easy. It's not, man. But there you go.
And
Okay, to those-
Friday night, I'm supposed to do a show with Jeff Tandy.
Okay.
He's going to talk about his visit to the House of the Holy Festival in Europe, with a bunch of bands played, mostly black metal stuff, our wheelhouse. So we'll talk about that Friday night. If we around 10 o'clock, if I'm pretty sure it's going down Friday night. So other than that,
All
we'll
right.
see you next time, man.
I'll be in Philly probably next time, Carl.
All right.
I got to
Safe
get ready
travels.
to move. Thank you so much for everything, Carl. Give my best to Yvonne and Mr. Link, Mr. Mike. Tell him, don't worry, nobody's going to take his food.
All right, man. We'll see y'all next time.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.